Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I'm going to be the one explaining what we have going on throughout the day, so feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. We are going to be working on some store items today, specifically some pineapple pitchers. And we'll see this starting over on the left bench, which we have a view of up on the screen at the moment. Now, the reason these are called pineapple pitchers is because we're using something called a pineapple mold, which has basically all these inward-facing spikes that push into the glass and create a repeating diamond or square pattern across the surface of the piece. And that mold is on the floor right there, kind of center of the screen. So we're going to be using a few different pieces of equipment. We just barely used the glass furnace before you guys came in, which is the tank with the closed door. We have one on either side of the hot shop. And these are holding up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's kind of the upper temperature that we're working with. Oh yeah, and something else about these pictures is that they're going to have a swirl of two colors to them, two transparent colors, to get sort of tie-dye or watercolor effect. So at both of the center and left bench, we have just one pipe, and we have a piece of color on the end of each of those pipes. Again, two different colors, transparent colors. Yeah, we get these colors shipped in. We don't make any color ourselves. I'm wondering if we have an example. I don't think so at the moment, but basically just solid chunks of colored glass that come in a long bar, and we just break sections of that bar off and use it on the end of our pipe. So we've added these two colors together side by side, and we'll be able to twist them or swirl them or kind of mess around with them a little bit before we actually use it to make our piece, again, to get that watercolor effect. So again, this is the glass furnace where we're getting all of our clear molten glass specifically, and that's how we start all of our projects. It's just a single gather of clear. And this time we are picking up some glass on a blowpipe, so this is going to be the start to our pitcher. So right now this glass is still solid all the way through. These pipes are hollow, kind of like a straw, so we blow into the end of them to expand the glass like a balloon. Oh yeah, of course. So we're sectioning this color off. We'll use it for 2 or 3 pieces. Since it's so much color, it's so rich that honestly you can't even see through the color right now. We'll have to wait till later when they actually start blowing it out to see what color it is. And we're about to see a process called a color drop or a color overlay. Is there a way we can get a little bit of a better view of what they're doing? So right now, Trent is holding his pipe upright on his foot, and we're going to bring that color over completely molten, and we're going to drop it directly onto the end of the bubble. So we basically have this little disc of color attached to the end of our bubble. We'll start heating this up and then rolling and pushing that color back until it covers up the clear bubble completely. So all we see is the color in the end. So this is a really common method of getting color on the glass, and it ends up looking really smooth. Like you see the finished piece and you assume it's all made from just that one color of glass. But really it's mostly clear glass. Hey, welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. I'm just going to give you all an overview as to who we have here and what we'll see happening. So we have our resident hot shop team. These guys work here full time for the museum. So you'll always see them on the floor, whether they're helping visiting artists, like we just had Osa Sandlund in here just a few days ago, or we also work on store items, commissions, all sorts of things. We always have something going on. And specifically today, we are working on some store items. These are going to end up being pineapple pitchers, so like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And these ones specifically are going to have a swirl of two colors, two transparent colors in the walls of the piece. And then, of course, the reason that we call these pineapple pitchers is because we end up using a pineapple mold, which we have on the floor just behind those wooden blocks there. And actually, could I have the image of the pineapple mold on the screen, please? So we have an image of the inside of this mold. I wanted to make sure to show you guys this so you can see these inward-facing spikes. These push into the glass when we blow the bubble inside of the mold, and we end up with a repeating diamond or square pattern across the piece. Thank you. So again, these are called pineapple pitchers, and they will be going into the Museum of Glass store. And so far, before you guys came in, we got our color, and then we picked up some clear glass over top of the color to kind of seal it in. And pretty soon here, we'll be going inside of that mold. So we just went inside of that pineapple mold. So we have all these little dimples across the surface of the bubble right now. We just barely expand the glass, giving it a little puff of air. And you can see those dimples on the surface or the glass on the screen a little bit easier. So we'll let this cool down, and we're going to gather one more layer of clear glass over top of all of those little dimples. And what this does is it traps a tiny pocket of air inside of each of those dimples. You end up having a repeating pattern of like perfectly spaced bubbles across the piece. And I realized I didn't tell you guys a few different basic things about the hot shop, so I wanted to point out I apologize. Let me change my batteries before I continue. Okay, as I was saying, the place where we're gathering our glass right now, this is sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we keep the furnace, this glass furnace, on 24/7. We never turn it off, never turn it down. Again, this is all just clear glass, so we have to get our color through other means, which we did just before you guys came in. So this should be all the glass we need for this one picture. Yeah, usually once we have all the glass we need, we move to the center bench to finish blowing it out and turning it into its final form. So we're just now blowing this out. Gabe is using this pad of folded up newspaper. It's been splashed with water to kind of guide which way it blows out. And the reason we would use a torch at all, because obviously we have these large open face furnaces to reheat the glass, but this torch will heat up sections at a time. So we're focusing the heat more so near the pipe, which is important for our next step, you'll see. So we've been preheating this area kind of next to the pipe in preparation for something called the jack line, which is basically this divot or weak point that we're going to create with the jacks, these two metal blades. So Gabe has those two metal blades. He'll squeeze down off the end of the pipe into the bubble. So we're keeping the jacks, those two metal blades, on the side of the piece, just so that the glass conforms to the shape of the blades. So we end up with these nice straight sides. And then we are also using a wooden paddle on the bottom to flatten it. Yeah, we use these wooden paddles for a few different reasons, especially to shield the artist's hand and arm from the radiant heat. That's what we've been doing for the most part, just kind of hovering around with it. And once we have the bottom flattened like we do now, we're just going to work on keeping the piece warm at an even about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit all the way across. And we'll eventually bring over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment, and we'll attach it to the bottom of our piece. And this is a really important moment for blown pieces. We always create the bottom first, and then we attach that pipe and then break the bubble off of the first pipe, and then we're able to open up and kind of work on the top and finish it off. So no matter if it's a bowl, a vase, a cup, again, we work on the bottom, attach that pipe, and then break it off. And now that this glass has cooled down quite a bit, again, it's probably sitting just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's cold for glass. It looks a lot closer to the true color of the final piece. So this one looks like it's going to be a swirl of yellow and green. So we just brought that pipe over, attached it right centered to the bottom. We let that connection set up for just a second, and then we break the piece away by using a little bit of water to thermally shock that connection. So the water rapidly cools the glass, cracking it. We tap the pipe. That sends a vibration through the pipe to those cracks, and it pops the piece off. And for those who joined in a little bit more recently, first of all, welcome in. We are working on making some pitchers today, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher, and these are going into the Museum of Glass store. So from here, we are going to trim the opening of this piece, just get rid of a little bit of excess glass. That's what we do for a lot of our blown pieces. We'll open it up, and then we have our handle that we need to create and the spout, and then this piece is done. And these are pretty quick pieces. I think each of them is usually about 30 minutes or so. So we can make about a dozen of these a day. So the first thing we do when trimming is we thin or stretch the glass out by pulling at it with the tweezers. And then we use a pair of shears to cut that glass away. And you'll see this builds up a small pile of scrap on the floor throughout the day. Just these little cuttings off of the piece. So this is going to become the handle of the pitcher. And something interesting about these is the handle is hollow as well. So this is a small clear glass bubble that we blew and brought over. And now all we have left is the spout. So we'll heat up the lip on the opposite side of the handle and then just push it outward. We just use the glass that's already there. No need to add anything. And Gabe was pointing out something that I think would be interesting to mention to you all if you're curious, but We used two different colors for the body of this piece. Again, we swirled like a green and a yellow. And when you're using two different colors of glass together, side by side, like this on a piece, you end up having a little bit unevenness sometimes because the colors will melt and move differently. They have different metals, minerals, oxides inside of them to get the colors, and those will have very slightly different melting points, and they move a little bit differently. And once we're finished with the piece, we apply some water near the end of the pipe, cracking that connection from thermal shock. And then all it'll take is a little tap to pop it off the pipe. We'll torch the bottom, usually stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store, and then this piece is completely done. Just like that. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. So this is the annealer. I haven't pointed out this piece of equipment yet. It sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day. We'll just load pieces inside of it, and then eventually when we're ready to call it a day, press a button, and it slowly cools down, usually overnight, about 12 hours or so, to prevent thermal shock. So that was our first piece of the day. And we just continue on. So for those who came in just now, don't worry, we'll start a new one very soon. But we're just making these pictures for the Museum of Glass store. And we're swirling a couple of transparent colors, and we're stuffing it into a pineapple mold, hence the name Pineapple Pictures. And of course, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have as we continue on. So we already have our next piece started, just a single gather of clear on the end of a blowpipe. We've blown a bubble into this already. And we're heating up our color right now. That color is going to be brought over and eventually dropped onto that clear bubble to create a layer of color across the clear bubble. And then, yeah, when it comes to blown glass in hot shops, we just use a small amount of color, but really it's mostly just clear glass, sandwiching that color within the walls of the piece. The glass furnace is on 24/7, and that's the one that has the closed door specifically holding the glass, just so that it's a consistent temperature and texture throughout. But everything else we turn off whenever we're done, and maybe turn on an hour or so before we get started in the morning. So for this next picture, We have successfully added on our color. We've made sure that the color is completely covering up the clear bubble. And we're now gathering up our next layer of clear. And this clear is basically just adding mass to the piece, giving us more material to work with. And this is going to be the same color as the last one. We took a large amount of blue and yellow, swirled them together, and we're just going to use all of it up until we're done. So I think 3 pieces will be made from this one color, and then we'll move on to some different colors. So before going into the pineapple mold, which again we can just barely see on the floor next to those wooden blocks, we have to make sure the bubble's going to roughly contour to the shape of the mold overall, just so that we don't get stuck. Again, this mold has inward facing spikes, so we'll push the bubble in, we'll give it a light puff of air, but if we don't do it exactly the right way, if it's not the right size, if it's not the right shape, if it's not the right temperature, then it can get stuck inside of the mold. Those spikes will hold on to it. So we're just being careful, taking our time to set this up, and then we will stuff it into the mold. Again, this is called the pineapple mold. So now we have all of these perfectly spaced dimples across the surface of the glass because of those spikes. We'll let this cool down for a moment, and then we'll gather up our last layer of clear, and that's going to trap an individual little pocket of air inside of each of those dimples, creating perfectly spaced bubbles in the walls of the piece. So yeah, for those who just joined in, we are working on specifically these pineapple pictures that will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And the color for this piece is going to end up kind of a swirl of blue and yellow. or maybe a lime green. It's a little bit hard to tell, but it's super pretty, this swirl of colors. So we just gathered up some clear. We'll go to a pipe cooler real quick, which is a trough of water that we set the pipe into. We do have these on either side of the hot shop, so sometimes we'll use the other one, whatever's closer. And then we will be bringing this to the center bench to finish blowing it out and turning it into its final form. So could we have a view of the center bench now, please? Thank you. So after building up a little bit more heat, Gabe is using the pad of newspaper to kind of guide which way the bubble blows out as Sarah blows into the pipe. And we're always just trying to keep the end of the bubble nice and thick. So the newspaper, you can imagine, is basically just cooling that area down. We're blowing out the area more so near the pipe at the moment, thinning that glass out. And then we get started on the jack line, which if you weren't here for our last piece, this is basically just a purposeful weak point that we're creating. We'll eventually break the piece off from there. And this time we focus most of the heat just at the very end of the bubble so that we can flatten the bottom using a wooden paddle. We're still keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, and this is pushing the glass into a nice corner on the bottom. And this is why it's important to have at least a team of 3 for a lot of blown pieces. Even if it's something as small as a cup, we still need this specific moment where somebody's capping the end of the pipe, somebody's pushing a paddle on the bottom, and then the person at the bench is keeping the jacks on the side. It's a very team sport sort of art. And for those who joined in more recently, I just wanted to share one more time that we're making some pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher for the Museum of Glass store. So we are going to continue to make these throughout the day. We're just going to switch up the colors and get a nice variety for the store shelves. And this is the color that we're working with right now. It's a little bit hard to see without something behind it, but it's like a yellow and blue mix. It's really nice. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. So these guys work here full time for the museum. And we're going to see them make some store items today, specifically some pineapple pitchers, which are like a juice pitcher or a water pitcher. We have a swirl of 2 different colors for this piece, which we could see this is the trimming from the last piece right here. We're using the same color, so we'll have a mix of yellow and blue for this one. And you came in at an important moment. We're just breaking the piece off of the blowpipe, transferring it to a solid pipe so that we can open up the top and finish it off. And let me tell you a few different things about the hot shop, kind of orient you guys a little bit. So we're going to be using multiple pieces of equipment throughout this entire process. The first piece of equipment that you'll see us use is the large open face furnace in front of the bench. And this is used to reheat the glass. It runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's kind of the upper temperatures that we're working with in here. And it's running off of natural gas. Now, the piece itself is probably only sitting at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit right now. The glass is completely solid at that temperature, so we have to reheat it to make it malleable so we can open it up. So first thing we did was trim a little bit of glass away from the opening. That's where I got this last piece's scrap as an example. And now that we have a little bit of a thinner and more even lip, we start to crank it open using the jacks on the inside. Again, those 2 metal blades, we're just lightly lifting up the wall, slowly opening the blades. Now we start preparing the handle. Trent is preparing the handle over on that left bench. This is going to be another bubble of glass, just clear, that we'll bring over and attach and stretch out into our handle. So now that we have that clear bubble ready, we bring it over, we attach it to the lower half of the pitcher first before stretching it out and disconnecting it from its pipe. And then we're able to twist it and push it into its final position. So this is for the spout. We're going to be heating up just a small section of the lip opposite to the handle, and then just push the lip outward using that material that's already there. And just like that, we have our pitcher. So from here, we're just going to prepare to break it off of the pipe and put it away, torching that glass, connecting the piece and the pipe till we see some movement, and then we'll apply water, crack that connection, pop the piece off. So again, this water is going to thermally shock and crack that connection. We'll pop it off, we'll torch the bottom, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then we'll be completely done. Knock it off onto the paddle. And then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. This is the annealer, which sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to hold that glass at a warm temperature and then eventually very slowly cool it down. Once we're ready, just push a button and it's programmed to cool, usually for about 12 hours. So we'll see the piece again tomorrow. And this is a continuous process. I know a lot of you joined in, maybe not even halfway through the process or so. These pieces are made once every 30 minutes, it seems like. They're pretty quick. So we start the next one over on the left bench, which we could see on the screen. So this is all going to start with applying color to the glass. And luckily I have a little example here. It's not a perfect example, but this is called Color Bar. It's a solid piece of colored glass that we get shipped in from a few different companies. It's different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass to get the color. And then it's just rolled into these bars and shipped out. So we'll attach this to the end of our pipe and melt it down and just use small sections of it at a time. It's really rich, so we only end up using a small amount. Yeah, so if you don't keep certain areas of the piece warm right before you break it off, like you saw us torching and torching and torching before we broke it off, then the cracks can travel, or they can produce larger cracks than we want, and it can break the bottom of the piece. It can break more glass off the pipe than we want. Yeah, there's a few different things that can go wrong. So we got to be careful. And thermal shock can happen even with just touching a tool to the piece at the wrong time. So oftentimes you won't see us touch any metal tools to the piece when it's sitting at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So Trent has a small clear bubble of glass. He's holding this upright, and we're going to bring some molten color over and drop it just right on top. So this is called a color drop or a color overlay. Yeah, we're going to continue to make these pictures. I think this is going to be the last one with specifically the blue and yellow swirl, and then we'll move on to a different color for the next one. So yeah, just switching up the color, but not really the size or the shape very much. So we have one variable that's changing, and we'll have a nice variety on the store shelves. Yeah, exactly. To make those bubbles, we use the pineapple mold, which we could see on the floor in the background on the screen. But I also have an image, if we could see the pineapple mold on the screen, please. Could I have the image of the pineapple mold, please? Thank you. So I wanted to show this off. It's a little bit of a better close-up image. It has all these inward-facing spikes. So when we blow the bubble into the mold, we end up with a bunch of these dimples across the surface of the piece. And then all we have to do is gather one more layer of clear, and that traps air bubbles inside of those dimples, getting those perfectly spaced bubbles. Thank you. So now that we have our layer of color, we'll let it cool down for a moment, sometimes even using some compressed air to cool it down faster. Yes, sometimes we would have to worry about thermal shock even when it comes to air. Like when it's really cold in here in the winter, we sometimes will redirect the air vents and everything if we're making small, fragile pieces of glass. But luckily, this glass is really thick in the beginning, so we don't have to worry too much right now. Has a lot of internal heat. And we just gathered one more layer of clear. So we sit down and use our block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even out the surface of that glass. So we're preparing it for the mold. We want to have the basically rough shape of the inside of the mold before we heat it up and stuff it inside. And I know a few new people have just joined in, so I do want to point out a couple of details real quick. The fact that we have our resident hot shop team working on the floor today, so these guys work here full time for the museum. And then we are specifically making some store items today, these pineapple pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And the reason they're called pineapple pitchers is because we're using a pineapple mold, which we could see on the floor next to where Trent is working. We can see it up on the screen as well pretty easily. And he's going to be going inside of this mold pretty soon here. So the pineapple mold has all these inward-facing spikes that will essentially push into the glass when we expand that bubble in the mold, creating all of these little dimples perfectly spaced across the surface of the glass. So this furnace right here is where we're getting all of our molten glass. There's a large crucible in the base of it. And this is our last gather of clear, by the way. But this sits at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, just to give some information in general. And we keep this furnace on 24/7. Meanwhile, everything else we shut off whenever we're done, and then turn it on maybe an hour or so before we get started. But yeah, the other places, those large open face furnaces, we're just reheating the glass and making it malleable again. And now we move to the center bench. Once we have all of the glass and the color and pattern and everything that we need, we bring it to the center bench to blow it out and turn it into its final form, which again is going to be a pitcher for juice or water, something similar. Yeah, exactly. The bucket that's next to the furnace is just for excess or extra clear glass. And sometimes if we are prototyping, we'll even make an entire piece out of clear. And if we're not happy with it, we can just recycle or reuse the entire thing by crushing it up and putting it back into the furnace. And again, each time we get a layer of clear, we have to use our block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, smooth that glass out. Now, Gabe is using a pad of folded up newspaper here. This is just splashed with a little bit of water, and that is all we need. It contours to the shape of our hand. You surprisingly can't feel any heat through these. Just kind of guiding which way the bubble blows out with those. And now we get ready to create the jack line. And this is when a lot of the shaping starts to take place. So the jack line is basically a divot that we squeeze into the glass off the end of the pipe. And it's just a purposeful weak point. We'll break the piece off from there later on. And all of that hanging down that we just did stretched the glass out. So now we have a taller, longer shape. Yeah, the blowing isn't very frequent, nor is it very hard either. If anything, sometimes it's just a little whisper so that you don't overinflate the piece of glass. Meanwhile, we've made pieces that are like this big every once in a great while. That takes a little bit more lung capacity. Yeah, so the person who sits at the bench, they're like the glassblowing team leader, and they do switch off. Here, frequently, you'll see different people sitting at the bench. They're called the gaffer, and they are the ones who are telling everyone around them what they need. And it's usually just a short little word like blow or stop, so it's really easy to miss. But yeah, they're always giving each other cues and letting them know when they're ready for the next thing. I always like to point out that specific moment where we're flattening the bottom is why it's important to have at least a team of 3 at hand. You need someone sitting at the bench, keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, and we need somebody pushing that wooden paddle on the bottom, and we need a third person capping the end of the pipe, keeping that air pressure inside of the piece. Because the pipes work both ways. If we push on the glass, air's going to escape the piece. So this is the lower half of the piece done. We're going to let it sit and stay warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which I always want to point out, this is kind of a happy medium temperature for glass. If it's any hotter, it's going to start to move and change shape. If it's any colder, it has the chance to break from thermal shock. Meanwhile, we're preparing another pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment over at the left bench, which we bring over, attach right to the center of the bottom of our piece. And then we're able to break our piece off of that first pipe. Using just a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe. Yeah, so the artists, honestly, for these guys, it's mostly just experience as to how long they heat something up or what the temperature is. But when you look at the glass, you could see how much it's moving. If it's completely still, then it's at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or colder and at risk of breaking. So we usually heat it up just a teensy bit to where it's barely moving, or it has a little bit of color to it, like that orange glow that you see when we heat up the glass. One thousand degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, the glass, when it's completely molten to the texture of honey, is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's always somewhere in that range when we're working with it in the hot shop, somewhere between 1 and 2,000. So first thing we do is we trim off a little bit of excess glass, and this is where I got our first scrap piece of the day here. And this is the same color as what we're working with right now. So this is the final color of the piece, is swirls of blue and yellow. So once this is open to its full size, we'll bring over a small clear bubble of glass, and this will be attached and stretched out into the handle for the pitcher. So we're preparing that bubble over on the left bench. And handles are always, you only have one shot sort of thing. Because once it's attached, it's attached. If you let the handle get cold, you can't reheat it. Otherwise, you're reheating the entire piece and you start to lose your shape. So it takes a lot of skill. Looks like one very quick, fluid movement, but it's because these guys have 20 to 30 years of experience working with glass individually. And now the final step is creating the spout. So we heat up a small section of the lip. We'll just push it out using this little piece of copper tubing, and then we are pretty much finished with the piece. And we'll point out one more time for these pieces in particular, these are going into the Museum of Glass store. So you should see them on store shelves in maybe about a week or so. We'll have a variety of colors. And these ones are meant to look kind of watercolor-y because we're swirling two transparent colors together. And now that we're finished with the piece, we apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe. We'll knock this piece off and then torch the bottom before stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo, which will finish off the piece. So now we're completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing off that piece. Thank you, everyone. And off into the annealer it goes. So this box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to very slowly cool this piece down, usually for about 12 hours, and we'll see it again tomorrow. And now it's off to the next one. We are continuously working on these pieces, so don't worry if you guys just came in. We're starting the next one over on the left bench right now, which we could see up on the screen. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. I want to make sure to catch everyone up and let you know what we're working on real quick. So we have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. These guys work here full time for the museum. And we are going to see them work on some store items, specifically some pineapple pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And these ones in particular are going to have a swirl of 2 different colors. So what you just saw on the screen or over on the left bench was just us preparing 2 different colors of glass and bringing them together. And we have to work with them a little bit further before we actually use them in our piece. But yeah, we're going to have a swirl of colors, kind of like this. This is one of the scrap pieces we cut off earlier. Not exactly those colors necessarily, but it's supposed to have sort of a watercolor look to it. These pieces in particular are only a little bit over 30 minutes each, so we can make almost a dozen of these in the day because we have 6 hours of working time. But it really just depends on the day you come in. Sometimes we're working on pieces that are so complex that we only finish 1 or 2 pieces in a day. They have lots of components, or maybe it's just a really physically large piece. So yeah, it depends. Sometimes we'll have different things going on the hot shop floor at the same time. Usually, like maybe 90% of the time, we will only have one project that we're all focusing on together. And sometimes it can be a little confusing because, as you can see, we have 2 benches set up and we have 2 places to heat up the glass and everything. So you would think that maybe we would see 2 different projects at the same time. But the reason we have multiple places to work with the glass is sometimes we're bringing multiple pieces of glass together for one piece. And we will see that later because we have to prepare the handle and we have the body of the piece, and then we bring the 2 together. And I'm thinking I should give you all a little overview of the hot shop itself. So the temperature of the equipment that we're working with is usually ranging between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's kind of the upper of the temperatures here. And we don't want the glass to drop too far below 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the range that our piece is always in, is somewhere between 1 and 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is where we're getting all of our glass in the first place. Again, this is the glass furnace. And it has a crucible filled with clear molten glass, the texture of honey. So we pick it up a lot like honey, just sticking our pipe in and then giving it a twist. And we end up with a ball of glass on the end. So at this point, we have prepared our color enough that we'll be able to actually use it on our piece now. So we have our color on one pipe and we have a clear bubble on the other pipe. We're going to section this color off, which is what we were just doing. We'll heat this up and then we will quite literally drop that color onto the end of this clear bubble. We'll hold this clear bubble upright. So this is called a color drop or a color overlay. It will end up creating a really smooth, even layer of color across the piece. So we're using this metal table called the marver, has a thick slab of stainless steel up on top, to slowly push and roll that color back, just covering up the clear bubble, bit by bit. And we'll see what these colors are. I have no idea personally. We have to wait for it to be blown out and then cool down a little bit. So all of these glass artists have a different story as to how they got started. It's different for everyone. There's no one way to do it. So some of them maybe went to college and then took a random elective class and kind of got hooked on it. And then they started working somewhere and kind of just built up their skills little bit by little bit. Some of them, like Gabe, he specifically just kind of found it. Like he was across the street from a hot shop, started in a hot shop, and then worked his way up and learned. There's also a program out here called Hilltop Artists where a few of us on the floor have gotten started in when we were in middle school and high school. And you can learn from the age of 12 and up here in Tacoma how to blow glass. It's a really accessible, really cool program. And there are specific glass schools as well. So you can specifically go to school for glass art. Yeah, there's so many different ways to go about it, but really the bottom line is experience. And so a lot of these people got this good because they did it full time as a job. So at this point, we've gotten a little bit more clear glass over top of the color. We've blown the bubble just a little bit, and we've started shaping it, getting it ready for the mold, which now just want to make sure everyone's caught up. We're going to be using a mold that is called a pineapple mold. We can kind of see this on the floor in the background, right where Trent is working. And this has a bunch of inward-facing spikes that when we blow the bubble inside of the mold, push into the glass and create all these little dimples across the surface of the piece. And we can leave it like that. That's going to create a repeating diamond or square pattern, kind of like a lot of ornaments that you'd see for the holidays. That's exactly the mold they would use. But for this piece in particular, we'll gather one more time over those dimples, trapping air bubbles or pockets of air in the walls of the piece. So we're just about to go into that mold. Has to be just the right shape, just the right temperature, otherwise we can get stuck with those inward facing spikes pulling the glass in. Now, after gathering one more layer of clear, that's all the glass we need for this one pitcher. So we bring it over to the center bench, where we're going to blow it out and turn it into its final form. And for those who just joined in, yes, we're going to be working on some pitchers today, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher for the Museum of Glass store. And this is where a lot of the shaping and blowing is going to take place. So we've already started to blow this bubble out a little bit, and we are specifically using this torch to heat up kind of the area near the end of the pipe. We can pinpoint heat to certain areas using that torch and specifically heat up only one area to work on. In this case, you'll see why. We're just about to create our jack line, which using the pair of jacks, these two metal blades, we're creating a weak point or breaking point that we'll use later on. Take the entire piece off the pipe. And now we can continue to blow this out and turn it into its final form. And to flatten the bottom, we just use a wooden paddle, push it up onto the bottom, and basically the lower half of the piece is now complete. And that moment right there where we are flattening the bottom is why it's important to have at least a team of 3 for so many different blown pieces, even something as small as cups, because we need one person sitting at the bench using the jacks on the side. We need somebody pushing a paddle on the bottom. And then we need a third person to blow or cap the end of the pipe. So all in all, you need 3 people for that one moment in time. Now to move on to working on the top half of the piece, we're going to be bringing over another pipe pretty soon and attaching that to the bottom so we can break this piece off of this pipe. So we've successfully transferred it to our second pipe, basically flipping the orientation of the piece. And now we can start to open up the top and finish off the pitcher. So the first thing we'll do is we'll trim a little bit of excess glass off the opening of the piece. First using some tweezers, stretching that glass out, and then using some shears and cutting excess glass away. And that's where all those little scrap pieces on the ground next to the bench have come from. The scrap piece here that I collected earlier to kind of show off how those two colors come together. Yeah, those trimmings are fun because it gives you a glimpse as to how the final piece is going to look. And now we're able to open this up the rest of the way using the jacks on the inside and just slowly lifting up the wall. And while we're finishing off the body of the piece, we'll prepare the handle over on the left bench. And the handle is also hollow. It's a small clear glass bubble that we'll bring over and attach to the side of the piece before stretching out and turning it into our handle. And now there's just one more detail that we need to add, and that is the spout. We'll heat up a small section of the lip opposite to the handle, and then we'll push the lip out. Also, the second connection we make with the handle is much colder than the first, so we give it a little extra heat, make sure that it's secure. And just like that, we have our picture. So now we start getting ready to break it off and put it away. We'll torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. That's the final little detail we need to add. And to break this off, we'll apply some water near the end of the pipe, cracking that connection with thermal shock before giving the pipe a tap. And that'll pop this piece right off, allowing us to torch and stamp the bottom. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you, everyone. And off into the annealer it goes. This box is sitting at 900 degrees Fahrenheit just about, and it's going to very slowly cool the glass down from that temperature, usually overnight, so about 12 hours of cooling. We'll see that piece again tomorrow. We have that scrap piece that they trimmed off earlier. It looks like it's going to be blue and pink. Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell. When the glass is hot, it has a glow emanating from it, so it has like a little bit of a warm orange, red, yellow kind of mixed in sometimes. And so it almost looked like purple and pink at some points, but it is going to be blue and pink. And then it's on to the next one. So for those who didn't see the beginning of the process, this is happening over on the left bench right now, starting with applying our colored glass. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We are going to be working on some Museum of Glass store items, specifically some pitchers, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher. And we have our resident hot shop team here working on them. They work here full time on the hot shop floor. And we have this getting started over on the left bench. We'll continue to build up some layers of clear glass to get some mass, and then we'll blow it out into our pitcher. So before you guys came in, we applied a swirl of two transparent colors onto the bubble, which you can kind of see those two different layers swirling around. It's a pink and a blue. So when we blow this out, we should have some interesting patterns that are supposed to be reminiscent of watercolor, two transparents. We are going to shape this up a little bit further, and then we're going to go inside of a mold called a pineapple mold. Which, could we actually see the pineapple mold? Yes, perfect. So this is the pineapple mold, has all these inward facing spikes that when we push the bubble inside of the mold, we end up with all these little dimples across the surface of the glass. And then we will gather over top of those dimples and trap these air bubbles inside of the walls of the piece, which is that example on the right there. Thank you. And that's why these are called pineapple pitchers, is because we're using a pineapple mold for that texture. So we stuff the bubble into that mold. We'll give it a little puff of air. And we're just letting that glass cool down for a little bit, and then we'll gather up our last layer of clear. If you haven't seen this tank already, it's sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, where we're holding the molten glass inside of a large ceramic crucible. And this does stay on 24/7. We never turn off this piece of equipment or turn it down. It's all just clear glass. We have to apply the color through other means. And for those that just joined in, we're going to be working on making some pitchers for the Museum of Glass store, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And our resident hot shop team is are the people who are sitting and working at the bench today. So they work here full time. And we will always have something different going on depending on when you come in. But today we're specifically working on these store pieces. And these ones only take about 30 minutes each, maybe a little bit more. And because of that, we should have about a dozen pieces by the end of the day. Now we're ready to start blowing this piece out. Gabe takes the pad of newspaper in his hand. It's just folded up newspaper with some water, and guides which way the bubble blows out as Sarah blows. And then right away we start on our jack line, which is basically a weak point or a breaking point that we're creating before finishing blowing this out. So we've transferred the piece to a second pipe. This is so that we can, of course, open up the top and finish off the top of our pitcher. And the colors you're seeing now, they're pretty accurate to the piece. Again, it will turn out to be blue and pink, a swirl of that color. We actually do have a scrap piece that they cut off earlier, so that's really accurate to the color, closer to the furnace. So the first thing we'll do, we'll soak up a bunch of heat in the top half of the piece, and then we'll trim a little excess glass away. So this clear bubble that Trent has just prepared is going to become our handle. We have blown that bubble out really quickly. We're going to heat it up one more time before bringing it over and just attaching it to the side of our piece. Handles are something that you have to do in just one go. You can't reheat just the handle. You're going to end up heating up the entire piece and then lose the shape of your piece. So watch as they very smoothly create this handle. This is their 20 to 30 years of experience coming into play. So just like that, we have our handle. Now we just have our last detail of the spout. We'll just heat up a section of the lip and push it outward. And now that we are done with this piece, we'll apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe, which will crack that connection enough for the piece to pop off with just the top of the pipe. We'll stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo, and then this piece will be ready for the store after it cools down, of course. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. And now this goes inside of the annealer, which sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And again, this just keeps it warm temporarily and then eventually very slowly cools it down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So if we were to finish a piece and then just like set it aside on the floor, like these scrap pieces, for example, these will eventually start just popping and breaking apart. There's like stress built up inside of them, and it's eventually going to escape, whether that's a few minutes from now or a couple of years from now. It's really interesting. All right, so we're going to switch it up. We're going to make 1 cup before we go on our lunch break. So this will be starting over on the left bench, I believe. Yes. So for those who joined in more recently, just want to let you know again that we are going to be working on a cup, and this is just going to stay all completely clear glass. And this is our resident hot shop team, by the way. They work here full time. And these usually aren't store items. I think they're just making this for fun to give you guys a little bit of entertainment. So we started off with just solid clear glass on the end of a blowpipe, which we left solid temporarily as we brought over a hot piece of cane and wrapped it around the side of the piece. So cane is a little bit hard to describe. They're basically these sticks of colored glass. They can be as simple as just a single color in a straight line like this, or we also have twisted cane, which can create patterns like this right here. So these all were originally just stick straight pieces of glass that had a spiral of color around the outside. We laid them all out, and then we picked them up on the end of our pipe, kind of in a cylindrical shape, like all the way around. Now this is a piece of twisted cane itself, I believe, and we've applied it as a wrap just to get kind of a randomized pattern on the side of our piece. And then we start our bubble by blowing into the end of the pipe and immediately capping it with our thumb. And that's going to keep air pressure inside of the pipe that eventually pushes into the bubble. It's called the blow and cap method. All of our equipment is running from 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So the glass is always somewhere between 1 and 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, kind of taffy textured as we're working with it. And then right away we create our jack line, which is a weak point that will break the piece off of the pipe from later on. And of course those two metal blades are called the jacks, hence the name jack line, but we will be using these throughout the entire process. Now that we've flattened the bottom, the lower half of the piece is basically done, and we'll bring over another pipe to attach to the bottom before breaking the piece off of this pipe. And again, this is something we do for every blown piece. We always start with the bottom and then flip the orientation of the piece by attaching that second pipe. So we just brought that pipe over. And to break the piece away, all it takes is a little squeeze from our tool. Usually we would use some water, but this piece is so small that we're able to cause thermal shock with just the cold metal of the tool. So the very first thing we do is we trim a little excess glass away with the shears. We'll heat this up one more time, and then we'll be able to actually really start opening it up by going on the inside of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades, and lifting up the wall. So sometimes we use the torches to apply heat to one specific area. In this case, we wanted to heat up the clear glass on the pipe so that we started to see some movement in that connection without heating up anything else too much. So just a little extra heat with that torch. And now we are done with that cup. Let's give them a little round of applause for that piece. Thank you, everyone. So this goes into the annealer as well with all of our other finished pieces at 900 degrees Fahrenheit to slowly cool down. And that is our lunch. So we will see you back here in about an hour. We'll have the official return time posted on the screen. And thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we'll continue to work on those pictures when we get back, by the way. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We're just working on something fun during our lunch break. We'll finish that off, and then we'll move into a little bit of a bigger project. Now, today we have our resident hot shop team on the floor. So these guys work here for the museum, a lot of them full-time. And we are going to see them work on some store items today. So some specifically pitchers, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher, that'll go into the Museum of Glass store. We've already been working on these for the first half of the day, and what we've been doing is we're swirling two different colors together. I'm not sure how easy it would be to see this from where you're sitting, but this is a swirl of yellow and blue. And the last ones we were making were pink and blue, and I think we're going to continue that color scheme for a little bit before moving on again. And I'll walk through the process as they continue to blow this piece. Right now, again, we're just working on a small twisty cup, which is basically a clear cup of glass that has these twisted ridges from a mold called an optic mold. Yeah, I'll give you guys an overview of the hot shop too. You can understand the temperatures and some of the different equipment that we'll be working with. So first off, we'll be using this tank with the closed door in the back there. We have one of these on either side of the hot shop, and these are filled with clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. There's just a large ceramic crucible inside of the base of these, and these stay on 24/7. We always keep that glass the same temperature, the same consistency. Everything else is running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, like what we're reheating the glass in right now. And these we do turn off when we're done using them, turn them on maybe an hour before we get started. So here we are going into the glass furnace. We pick up our glass a lot like honey. All we have to do is stick a heated pipe into the glass and give it a twist, and it picks up a ball on the end. We also do have cameras that'll follow the artist's movements around up on the screen, as well as some closed captioning. So over on that left bench, we're seeing something called a color drop or a color overlay. We just took our molten colored glass and dropped it on top of a clear bubble. And yeah, you could see Gabe holding that pipe up, right? So a small clear bubble of glass. And the color, we actually get these pieces of colored glass shipped in a form called color bar. Luckily, I have a little example right here. So this is a piece of color bar. Who knows what color it is? Because our transparent colors are so rich that you can't even see through them. And we use such small amounts. But yeah, different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass to get these colors. For example, an expensive color that's popular for antiquing, we call it cranberry pink, but maybe antiquing People call it ruby red. It comes from gold chloride. So it makes it really expensive. Literal gold in the glass. Yeah, we were rolling the glass on that metal table to shape the glass or to kind of push the color onto the clear, completely cover it up. And once we've done that, we'll let it cool down a little bit, and then we'll gather up some layers of clear over top of the color. If you were to break a piece of glass that was made in our hot shop, or any hot shop really, like this, for example, has a smooth color across the entire piece. You'd think it's all just colored glass through and through, but it's really just a thin layer of color sandwiched between walls of clear glass. So that's the process we're seeing right now. So we've gathered up a layer of clear. And fun, I get to point this out. This bucket that we dripped some of the glass into, we only ever put clear scrap inside of that bucket. So eventually we are able to just crush it up, throw it back into the furnace, and completely reuse it. A lot of our scrap ends up being clear, like you just saw. And at this point, we're doing a little bit of blowing, a little bit of shaping, just getting it ready for the mold. We're going to be stuffing it into a mold called a pineapple mold. And we can see this on the floor in the background, just next to those wooden blocks. So this mold has a bunch of inward-facing spikes. When we push the bubble of glass inside of this mold, we end up with all these little dimples across the entire surface of the bubble. And yeah, as you can see, this mold with those inward-facing spikes will gather over top of those little dimples, and that traps perfectly spaced air bubbles within the walls of the piece. just like that example on the right. Thank you. So we've stuffed that bubble into the mold. We'll give it a little puff of air. And then we have to let this cool down once more before gathering our final layer of clear glass. And just in case a few new people have joined here and there, I do want to point out this is eventually going to turn into a pitcher, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher, and they are going into the Museum of Glass store. And these are meant to look kind of watercolor-esque. We've swirled two different colors together, this time pink and blue for this piece. I know right now it doesn't look very pink or blue. The glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. I always compare it to lava. So it's going to have that orange glow until we blow it out and cool it down closer to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And once we've moved to the center bench, this is always kind of a cue of like we have all the glass we need, all of the colors, all the patterns. So now we're ready to blow this out and turn it into our pitcher. And one of the first tools you'll see us use is, of course, the block, that wooden spoon-shaped tool. We're always trying to smooth and even the surface of the glass out after we gather a layer of clear. Yeah, we use a surprising amount of wood-based tools. Sometimes we want an insulating material or a material that's physically softer than metal to use on the glass. So using this pad of folded up newspaper, Gabe is guiding which way the bubble blows out. Yeah, everything's pretty quick from here. And now we're getting the jacks ready, which are these two metal blades. This is one of the very few tools that will dip in beeswax, so we have a little bit of beeswax on these blades right now. And we use these to create the jack line, which is basically this divot or weak point that will eventually break the piece off of the pipe from. We do this before we even finish off the shape of the piece. So this time we focus most of the heat on the very end of the bubble, and this will allow us to flatten the bottom of the piece without changing the shape too much overall. We're keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, really pushing that glass into a crisp corner. And then a third person has been capping the end of the pipe, preventing air from escaping the piece. So this is why it's important to have a team. I get a lot of people that ask, what or can you even make anything on your own when it comes to glass blowing? It's really hard when it comes to blown pieces, but you can make some small things on your own. So we've just been keeping this piece warm overall. Meanwhile, we've been preparing a second pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment. We'll bring that over and attach it to the bottom of the piece. And this lets us break the piece off of that first pipe, or basically transfer it to a second pipe. To break the piece away, we just apply a little bit of water, which thermally shocks and cracks that connection, and then a little tap of the pipe and it pops off. So now we can work on opening the top up, getting our spout, getting our handle. We're pretty close to finishing this piece. So first thing we're doing is we're trimming some excess glass away. That's where all the scrap on the floors come from, and the little example slice or piece that I was showing off up here. And the reason we trim that glass away, we're just kind of thinning that area out and making sure that the opening is perfectly even so we have a nice smooth lip. And now we can go on the inside of the piece and just start to rip it open, lifting up the wall with the jacks, going on the outside to smooth and straighten it out. And Trent is creating another clear bubble of glass. This will be brought over and attached as the handle. So the handle is going to be hollow. So this is heated one more time, brought over and then attached to the lower half of our pitcher. before being stretched out to its full size and cut off of the pipe. And just like that, we have our handle. Now we just have the spout left, so we heat up the lip on the opposite side of the handle. We'll push the lip outward, no need to add any extra material there for the spout, and then our piece will be done. And at this point, we are done with the pitcher, so we're just getting ready to break it off and put it away. We'll torch this glass connecting the piece and the pipe until we see some movement in that connection, and then we know it's safe to break the piece off. And we will be torching and stamping the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. This is something we try to do for all of our store pieces if we can, and then we'll be completely done. So same as earlier, a little bit of water at that connecting point, and then just a tap of the pipe, and that'll be popped off onto a wooden paddle. And just like that, our piece is done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing our pitcher. Thank you, everyone. And this is the annealer. This piece of equipment sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We load pieces into it throughout the day at that temperature, and then eventually we press a button and it's programmed to very slowly cool down, usually about 12 hours. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And this is a continuous process, so we'll be getting started on the next one over on the left bench pretty much right away. And again, feel free to ask questions if you guys have any. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We're going to be working on some pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher for the Museum of Glass store. And this is still kind of the beginning of the process. We already have a swirl of pink and blue within this glass. And we just used a mold called the pineapple mold, just in case you guys were wondering what that is. Could I have the image of the pineapple mold real quick? The pineapple mold has all these inward-facing spikes, like this image on the screen shows, which when we push the bubble into the mold, we end up with all these little dimples across the surface of the glass. So when we gather again, it traps perfectly spaced air bubbles in the walls of the piece. And that's why these are called pineapple pitchers, is because we're using a pineapple mold. And we're just about to get that last layer of clear right now. And once we have that, we're ready to blow out the piece and turn it into our pitcher. So this pad that Gabe is using is actually just folded up newspaper that we've splashed with some water. And he's basically keeping the bottom a little bit colder and kind of guiding the bubble into blowing out the rest of the bubble, avoiding the bottom. And this time we focus most of the heat on the very end of the bubble so that we can push with that paddle, flatten the bottom completely without really affecting the rest of the shape too much. And I always point out this is why it's important to have a team of 3 or more for blown pieces. We're capping the end of the pipe, we're keeping the jacks on the side, we're pushing a wooden paddle on the bottom. We need 3 individuals at the same time to do that one move of flattening the bottom perfectly. And now that we have the flat bottom, the lower half of the piece is basically done, and we'll soon bring over another pipe with some clear glass as an attachment on the end and attach that to the bottom of the piece. And we'll completely break this piece off of the pipe it's on right now. So you can see we've basically flipped the orientation of the piece by doing this. So now we can work on opening up the top and getting our spout and finishing everything else off. This is what we do for blown pieces, no matter if it's a cup, a bowl, a plate, anything. We need to finish the bottom first, attach that pipe to the bottom, and then break the piece off of its blowpipe. Hey, welcome in. We're going to be working on some pitchers today for the Museum of Glass store. So like a water pitcher or juice pitcher. And this one in particular has a swirl of pink and blue, and it has these perfectly spaced air bubbles in the walls of the piece coming from the pineapple mold. I'm not sure how much you know about glass blowing prior to this, but the pineapple mold has inward-facing spikes that push into the glass, creating dimples. And then we basically cover those dimples by gathering another layer of clear, ending up with these little air bubbles inside of the piece. And now we're working on opening this up. So first thing we do, we trim a little bit of glass away with the shears. That's where all the scrap on the floors come from throughout the day today. So now we have perfectly straight walls for our piece, and we're preparing another bubble of clear glass over here that we'll bring over and attach as the handle. So the handle is hollow as well for this piece. So once we have the handle, the spout is as simple as just heating up a small section of the lip and then pushing it outward, and then our pitcher is done. So from here, we've just been heating up the clear glass. This is kind of making sure that the surrounding area is a safe temperature to break the piece off so that the bottom doesn't break. And then we'll do the same thing as earlier to break the piece off. We just apply some water. That cracks the connection from thermal shock. We'll knock this off and we'll torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. We try to do this for all of our store pieces, just to put our little signature on it. So yeah, just like that, this piece is now done. And this goes off into the annealer to slowly cool down overnight. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, guys. So this box is not cold or anything. It's sitting at 900 degrees Fahrenheit once again. So it'll slowly cool down from that temperature, usually for about 12 hours. And we'll see that piece again tomorrow. Yeah. And it's off to the next one right away. So it looks like we're switching to our third color scheme. Don't know what colors these will be, but the first color scheme, we had a yellow and blue. And then the second one, we had a pink and blue. So who knows? Hey, welcome into the hot shop. Feel free to sit wherever you like if you want to hang out. We're making a pitcher right now, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher for the Museum of Glass store. And we will eventually be moving this glass to the center bench to blow it out. But we're getting ready to blow this bubble into a mold to get a repeating texture of these bubbles perfectly spaced throughout the walls of the piece. Yeah, so the glass, we are reheating it inside of those chambers to make it malleable again. It's running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit in there, by the way. Yeah, so 2100, yeah. It's really hot. And we do let the glass cool down to get it closer to more of like a taffy texture. And then once it fully cools down, it's solid at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. But at that point, it's not workable. So we only let it cool down that far, usually at the very end or at certain specific moments. Also, with this piece in particular, I want to point out again that this is going to have a swirl of colors, and we're actually not sure what the colors are going to be quite yet, so we'll kind of find out together. Yeah, we're expanding the glass like a balloon. The pipe is essentially like a straw, and so the air can technically pass both ways. We're usually just blowing into the glass, though. And we'll expand it a lot more once we get our last layer of clear. We need one more layer of clear glass, and then we have all the glass we need. And of course, if you haven't seen it already, this is the glass furnace where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. So we have those dimples across the surface of the bubble. We're gathering a layer of clear, trapping air bubbles inside of those dimples. And then we bring this over to the center bench. It looks like it got a little bit too hot. So I know you guys joined in a little bit later, so I'll share one more time that we are making some pitchers, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher. And this is going to have a swirl of 2 colors on it. Not quite sure what those colors will be yet. I think I saw maybe one of them was a blue. And eventually these are going into the Museum of Glass store, usually about a week or so after we make them. They'll go onto the store shelves. So we're just starting a new one over on the left bench, starting with our color application. So luckily you guys get to see from the beginning. Yeah, don't worry, you guys are not going to miss out on anything because we have these cameras that follow the artists around. But we always start our projects on the side benches and then bring it to the center bench to finish it off for some reason. So we're going to start by applying our color over there through something called a color drop or a color overlay. So we melted a piece of color and we're dropping it down on top of a clear bubble. So now that we have that color on the bubble, we're going to start rolling and pushing all that color back until it covers up the clear glass and we can't see the clear anymore. Then the piece looks like it's fully made out of colored glass. Also, this is a trimming that we got off of one of the pieces earlier. I think it's really pretty, and it just kind of shows what the swirled colors could end up looking like. So I've just had it out here as an example. So once we let that layer of color cool down, we gathered a layer of clear glass, and this is just to start building up some mass, give us more material to work with. We'll blow this out and shape it a little bit, and we will eventually be stuffing this inside of our pineapple mold, which you can actually see on the floor next to those wooden blocks. So we've shaped this into a much longer tapered shape, just getting the rough contour to the inside of the mold. We'll heat this up one more time and then we'll stuff it inside of that mold. And you know what's kind of cool is this mold is used in a couple of different ways, I've noticed. So if we were to just use the mold and then blow something out right away, you end up with these repeating diamond or square patterns, like on some popular holiday ornaments. That's exactly the mold they would use for those. But in this case, we're gathering again over top of that texture, and that traps those air bubbles inside of the walls of the piece. So two different ways to use the same mold. So we let the glass cool down just a little bit before gathering our next layer of clear. So now already you can see those perfectly spaced little air bubbles inside of the piece. We'll bring this to the center bench, and this is where we're actually going to start blowing it out and turning it into our pitcher. Oh, looks like we're using the pipe cooler real quick. Just a trough of water that we set the pipe into, so you guys aren't missing out on anything. So first thing we always do is we use the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even the surface of the glass out. And this is when a lot of blowing will start to happen. Gabe is going to use this pad of newspaper to guide which way the bubble blows out as Sarah blows into the end of the pipe. And next we create the jack line, which using the jacks, these two metal blades, we're basically just squeezing a divot or weak point into the glass so that we can break the piece off easy later on. And now we finish our blowing and shaping. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We are working on some pitchers right now, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher that will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And this is our resident hot shop team, by the way. The people working on the floor, you'll see them working here full time. This is their 9 to 5. And they do a variety of things on the hot shop floor, helping visiting artists that come through, working on store items, working on commission pieces. But no matter what, we always have something going on the hot shop floor. So at this point, we've flattened the bottom of the piece using a wooden paddle, meaning that the lower half of the piece is basically done. So we'll be bringing over another pipe pretty soon, attaching that to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we'll break this piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. So we have that pipe attached to the bottom. We'll let that connection set up for just a moment, and then when we break the piece away, the way that we break the piece off is by using some water to thermally shock and crack that connection. And then once we have that water on there, we tap the pipe and the piece just pops right off. Sends a vibration to those cracks, basically. And that's why it was important to create that weak point earlier. It's really hard to pinpoint exactly where we want the piece to break off unless we have that divot in the bubble. So now we're just soaking up a bunch of heat in the front half of the piece. The first thing that we do is we trim a little bit of excess glass away. So once we have our heat, we'll sit down with the tweezers and start to stretch that glass out. Just kind of thinning the glass. And what's interesting about these pieces in particular, again, we have a swirl of two colors together, just side by side. And what this does, the different colors are different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass in the first place. Different metals have different melting points. So the two different colors are going to move just slightly different from each other, and that's going to sometimes create unevenness that we have to really fight. So welcome into those who just joined. We are working on a pitcher right now, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher, that will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And you came in just as we're starting to open this piece up. Right here, we just trimmed a little bit of glass away. That's where I got a scrap like this that I have in the front here as an example. And this is just to show off the different colors that we've been using. We're kind of swirling two colors together for each of these pieces. And to now really start opening this up, we go on the inside of the piece with the jacks, which are these two metal blades, and just slowly push against the wall. And since this is a pitcher, yeah, of course, we have a handle that we're going to be making, bringing over and then attaching to the side. So we'll kind of start doing two things at the same time. And this is why we have two benches set up in the first place, so that we can work on two separate sections or parts of the piece at the same time. So we have the body of the piece ready at this point. We're bringing over a small clear bubble of glass. This will be attached to the lower half of the piece first before being stretched out and turned into our handle. Now all we have left is the spout, so we're heating up a small section of the lip on the opposite side of the handle, and then all we have to do is push the lip outward, just using the material that's already there to create that spout. And just like that, we have a pitcher. From here, we just start getting ready to break it off and put it away, but this piece is pretty much done here. And we're just trying to build up heat in that clear glass connecting the piece and the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. Then we know it's safe enough to apply water and crack the piece off. Yeah, if the surrounding area is not warm enough, then sometimes the bottom of the piece will crack, or the connection will crack in the wrong spot. So applying that water, we'll knock it off with the tap of the pipe, and then we're going to torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, finishing the piece off completely. And when we finish this piece, it goes inside of the annealer, which is that large black box over on the left wall, sitting at 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to hold at that steady temperature and then eventually slowly cool all at once, everything that's inside of that box. So there we have it, another piece finished. Yeah, we've been making one of these pictures about every 30 minutes or so today. Yeah, welcome to everyone who just joined in. We are going to be working on some pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher for the Museum of Glass store. And we're starting this over on the left bench. All of this is starting with the color application process called a color drop or color overlay. So we have a melted piece of colored glass on the end of one pipe. We have a small clear bubble on our second pipe. We'll take that color and drop it right onto the end of that clear bubble. And you'll see all this play out on the screen or over on the left bench. And I'm just looking at the scrap from the last piece. This one's going to be the same color as the last one, which was kind of like a dark blue with some aqua swirled in. So we're going to have basically two different blues for this piece. And it looks like we're ready for that color drop. So we're taking our molten color, dropping it directly onto the end of the clear bubble. And then we'll go through the process of slowly pushing and rolling all this color back until it covers up the clear glass, and all we see on the finished piece is just that color. Yeah, this is what we do no matter if the piece is transparent or opaque. If we want a smooth layer of color, then we apply it this way. So after we did a little bit of shaping and all of that, we stuffed the glass into a mold. And this mold is called a pineapple mold. It has all these inward facing spikes that push into the glass when we use it. and that creates a repeating diamond pattern if we leave it as is, or if we gather over top of it like we just did, it ends up trapping a bunch of air bubbles inside of the piece. And could I see the pineapple mold image, please? So I have some things I can show off. I want to show off this pineapple mold so you can get a glimpse of the inside of it. Again, it has all those inward-facing spikes. So this is a popular texture for something like holiday ornaments, those repeating diamonds or squares across the entire surface of the ornament. And then we can also use it in this way where we have the repeating bubbles. Thank you. And we're going into the mold one more time now that we have more glass on our bubble. So we're gonna have 2 layers of these bubbles within the walls of this piece in particular. So this is the last gather of clear glass that we need before we're ready to blow this piece out and work with it. So we move to the center bench. We use a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. And could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. To kind of smooth and even out the surface of the glass, we use this tool. So we start blowing this out, and Gabe is using this pad of folded up newspaper to kind of guide which way it blows out as that bubble expands. We usually try to keep the very end of the bubble nice and thick and leave it thick throughout the entire process so the bottom isn't super thin. And then hanging the bubble down towards the floor, we're stretching the glass out using gravity, just getting a longer shape for our pitcher. And then we start on the jack line, which is really important. This is basically a weak point that we create to eventually break the piece off from. And at this point, we've heated up basically just the bottom or the end of the bubble, and we're flattening it with a wooden paddle, keeping the jacks on the side of the piece to make sure the side is staying straight. And just like that, the lower half of the piece is basically done. So we'll bring over another pipe pretty soon, attach that to the bottom, and then break this piece off of the pipe it's on right now. So we'll bring that second pipe over, attach it right to the center of the bottom of the piece. And then to break the piece away, we apply some water, and with just a simple tap of the pipe, the piece pops right off. So now we can open this up and finish off the top of the pitcher, attach our handle, make the spout. So a few steps left. Also, you guys can feel free to ask any questions that you might have. I know you've all come in at different times, so could have missed different things. And first thing we do once this is warm is we trim some excess glass off. So first starting with some tweezers, pulling, stretching the glass out, and then some shears to trim and cut the glass away. And this is where all the scrap on the ground has come from, I've been pointing out. No broken pieces, just little trims. And now we fully open this up by going on the inside of the piece with the jacks and just lightly lifting or pushing the wall. So now that we have the body finished, we bring over another small clear bubble of glass, attach this to the lower half of the piece before stretching and pushing it into its final position. These handles are done always in just one go. If we reheat the handle, then we're heating up the rest of the piece and we lose our shape, so it has to be done all at once. But just like that, we're one step closer to finishing our pitcher. We just have to create the spout now. So we'll heat up a small section of the lip. And then we'll push it outward. And that creates our spout. So at this point we have a finished pitcher, and we'll start getting ready to break it off the pipe and put it away, mostly by torching the glass connecting the piece and the pipe. And then we just apply some water, crack that connection, pop the piece off, kind of like earlier when we flipped the piece orientation or when we put it on a second pipe. So we knock this piece off. We'll torch it and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then it will be completely finished with this piece, and it'll go inside of the annealer, that large black box that sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit to slowly cool down overnight. And just like that, we have another piece done. And that one had double the bubbles. Yeah, we'll be making one more small piece just to let you guys know. We're going to be making a cup this time. Yeah, we're working on a cup right now at the moment. And this is our resident hot shop team working here at the center bench. So this cup is mostly clear glass. We did add a little bit of Zenfurico cane, which is like a twisted cane, to the outside of the piece. So we'll have some interesting squiggly line sort of patterns. So we're at the point now where we have been using the blades, those jacks, to keep them on the side of the piece, contouring the glass to the shape of the blades, getting a perfectly cylindrical shape